day. We pray for safe passage back. We pray for all the volunteers, for all the support staff, both that are Rodeo Awesome volunteers and that are volunteering from universities, that we just have an amazing, safe day. Know that we love you, Lord, and we're just humbled by the blessings you bestow on us. All these things we ask in your name. Amen.
Now we are going to have Mr. Landon Schertz from Allen FFA sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Landon. I'm going to hand the microphone over to James Yinsky from Gillespie County 4-H for our 4-H pledge.
To make the best better, I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to grow loyalty, my hands to Lord your service, and my health for better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, James. We're going to hand the mic back over to Landon Schertz to give our FFA motto.
The FFA motto: learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
Thank you, Landon. If we could go ahead and put our hands together for these kiddos that come up here and volunteer their time. They did an awesome job. So this is your final call for Class 15 Red AOB. Final call for Class 15 Red AOB. Folks, we are getting started. Class 15, red AOB, is coming into the ring. This is your first call for Class 16 Red AOB. First call for Class 16 Red AOB.
Well, excited to be back here this morning, sorting through some good cattle and working with some awesome kids. I think we got a great class to kick us off here in our Red Crosses, and certainly a set of cattle that for lightweights put together a lot of neat things we're about to sort through over here. Some quality on this side, young man with the white-footed calf that leads off this line headed out. A calf that's nursing a bit of an injury there in his back left. I think in his prime, that calf put a lot of good things together in terms of body shape, in terms of an easy feed and look. He's got a fat steer appearance there from the side profile. Again, he just doesn't want to get out and go, and he's getting just a little bit narrow and flattening up in terms of his stifle going away. But a calf that I think on a good day, that one put a lot of good things together. That kind of loud-marked Hereford here, turning the corner, one that comes with some added feature, some body shape. Just like to see that one a bit more youthful in terms of his appearance, in terms of the way that he handles there over his 12th and 13th. He's starting to just lay down a little bit more cover and be just a shot planer to the touch. As we keep moving down the line, a dark red calf, stouter featured, good in terms of his lines, just a bit too plain from behind. Again, as we move down the line here, a set of cattle that certainly has some good to them from a real world perspective, put together the right things in terms of just muscle and dimension. Just a few things here in the show ring we'd like to change. Good set of kids heading out the ring. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
This is your second call for Class 16, red AOB. Second call for Class 16, red AOB. Carter Perez, if you could come see me at the announcer stand on the south end of the arena. Carter Perez, come see me at the announcer stand. This is your third call for Class 16, red AOB. Third call for Class 16, red AOB. As our judge sorts through class 15, we'd like to remind you that in this specific class, 1 through 4 will sell, 1st through 4th will sell in class 15.
Really nice class to get us kicked off this morning, and a solid red steer that I think puts a lot of good things together here in this lightweight class. One that, as you get your hands on him, separates himself of the initial trio. He's the biggest and freshest in terms of the start to his back. He's lean and fresh to the touch. He handles really good over his loin, and then he carries that same dimension and advantage back out there through his hip. When I step back off him, he's still my preference, and that's why I think it gets pretty straightforward on where to start. One that reads right in terms of his proportions from his chest back into his midrib and flank. He carries his top line good when he goes. He takes his head up high to the top side of his shoulder. Maybe not the absolute stoutest featured one at the surface I've ever seen, but we're in the lightweights, and I think it still matches everything. A calf that I think certainly makes an awfully nice class winner here in our lightweight reds. Got a little bit of a closer decision for me between 2 and 3, and the kind of loud-marked or off-marked Hereford is one that I think you like in terms of his density. His power in terms of his body shape, his overwhelming just width from behind is something that I'm drawn to, and I think he still gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends, and specifically there out of his hip and hind leg, although he's built just a little off in terms of his front end. I would like to see him just a bit more conservative in terms of his base width up front and where his toes hit the surface, but he still reaches nice off of both ends. The biggest reason why he goes second for me is he's just a bit soft everywhere when you get your hands on him, specifically right there over his 12th and 13th. So you put one that I think does a lot of things right in terms of just true dimension standing there in second. The calf that comes here in third, big-footed, stout-featured. In terms of just presence and eye appeal, I think that you could make an argument that that one sets a standard here in this particular class. He's high-tying, long-necked, again, big-footed, and I think that really pulls the picture together for one that can give you an awfully neat look in terms of his general proportions. From that three-quarter shot, he flattens quite a bit more in terms of his heart and forerib, and it's a bit more the same right there to the backside of his shoulder. He's the narrowest in the start to his top, still fresh and firm to the touch, just not as much true width when you study him right there to the backside of his shoulder. Awfully nice, good-looking calf standing there in third. The calf that comes here in fourth in terms of basics, I think does an awfully nice job. He's sound and comfortable off of both ends. He's powerful in terms of his body shape. He's got a lot of true dimension from up above. It's just not the best looking thing. When he's studying from the side, he's a bit more jammed up off of both ends. I'd like to pick him up in terms of his construction, both up through his front end and how he's built out there through his hip. But again, he's sound off of both ends. He's big and bold body, and he's got a lot of true dimension from up above. Those kind of cattle need to work up here in these settings. The calf that comes here next I like in terms of just his fresh, firm touch. He's got a big square back in him from up above, and he carries that back out through his hip. He's stout-featured when he goes to the surface, and still in terms of his proportions, puts together a good look outside of his feet and legs. I just need to see a little bit more flexibility off of both ends, then I think you could truly appreciate that one's handle and how he's built from up above. Calf that comes next is one that I like in terms of his body shape. his density from behind. One that I think is built with just a bit more flexibility in his lower joints than the calf directly in front of him, but he's still just a bit rigid in terms of his movement out of his hip and hind leg. He too is getting just a bit soft for a lightweight when you put your hands on him. So move a calf that I like in terms of just his powerful body shape down the line. Got one that comes here next that's maybe just not quite to his end point. He's good looking. He's got some shape from up above. I think he's certainly right in terms of his proportions. Just not enough calf there. When you study him through his body, when you get him behind him, he's just not as much true dimension. Calf that comes next, big back, fresh in terms of his overall handle. One that doesn't balance up quite as appropriately. He's a little front heavy. Like to clean him up in terms of his crest and chest. See a bit more fill back into his flank. Calf that comes here next, good down his top line. Stout feature to the surface. Just a bit too flat when you step right in behind the cattle for me. Steer that closes. Sound, comfortable, enough dimension from just a real world perspective. For me, just needs a bit more true punch when you get right in behind the cattle. Good class, certainly an awfully nice class winner.
And your results from Class 15, Red AOB. First in that class is Kelton Carver from Hale County 4-H. Second is Nicole Rowlett from Montgomery FFA. Third is Brindley Broyles from Smithson Valley FFA. Fourth is Jackson Howell from Abernathy FFA. Fifth is Eddie Fowler from Cypress Park FFA. Sixth is Ramon Renea from Pettus FFA. Seventh is Braden Strickland from Harper FFA. Eighth is Katie Irwin from Seguin FFA. Ninth is Briley Turner from Travis County 4-H. And 10th in that class is Laramie Doyle from Hayes County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 16, Red AOB. As our judge sorts through Class 16, Red AOB, we'd like to reintroduce him here in Day 2 of the Market Steer Show. We have got Mr. Nick Fitzsimmons. He grew up on a Simmental seed stock operation in western Iowa. Growing up, he exhibited cattle across the country, and livestock judging sparked a passion that eventually led him to Black Hawk East College. And then he went on to Texas Tech University after serving as the assistant livestock judging coach at Texas Tech. Nick took a position with Sunglow Feeds. Nick currently serves as the cattle show feed specialist. Nick, along with his wife Ashley, son Lander, and daughter Lane, own and operate Fitz Genetics, a multifaceted, multi-breed cattle operation in Perry, Oklahoma. Their operation strives to raise and sell high-quality, functional cattle across multiple breeds. Nick has judged numerous state and national shows across the country, including the American Royal, North American International Livestock Expo, Houston, Arizona National, Fort Worth Stock Show, and Dixie National. If we could, go ahead and put your hands together for Mr. Nick Fitzsimmons. As we get Class 16 in the ring, we'd like to remind you that 1st through 4th in this class will sell. And a friendly reminder, if you have a steer that makes the sale here today that is not a breed champion or reserve breed champion, those steers need to go to the truck as soon as possible. And if you don't make the sale and would like to put your steer on the truck, those steers need to go to the truck immediately. If you are a breed champion black AOB or reserve breed champion black AOB, please come see me at the announcer stand. I'm the chubby guy with a mustache. Can't miss me.
Very high quality set here in our heavyweight reds, and I think again we got a lot of good pieces we're about to sort through here on this side of the ring. Over here on this side, I think we still got some high quality and cattle that certainly meet the basics. Got a red baldy here, just no major holes, I guess you'd say. He's got enough bone. I think a calf that certainly has enough body, enough dimension, just no extras here in a show ring setting. I'd like to see just a bit of more shape and punch when you get right in behind him. A calf that I'd like to see just a bit more proportional, I guess, in terms of his balance. Got kind of a loud marked Hereford here. If you tidy him up in his chest and see just a bit more foot size and just see him a bit more youthful throughout, I think that changes the look on that calf. And then you can truly appreciate that he's got just a bit more dimension and width when you get right in behind him. Got one here directly in front of me that I think in terms of his body shape and proportions and the way that young lady shows him, certainly a calf that you can tie to from behind. He just plays out just a bit too much for me when you study him from his pin set to his center stifle and lower quarter. When he gets out and goes, he's just a bit more uncoordinated in terms of his movement. Good set of cattle. I think certainly a great set of kids leaving the ring right now. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
This is your first call for Class 17 AOC. First call for Class 17 AOC. This is your second call for Class 17 AOC. Second call, Class 17 AOC.
Guys, I think this top 4 here in this particular class, I guess the top 5 are all really, really nice. Let's pull those ones around here, and we'll kind of talk them as a bunch. The 2 that I use here in the top of this class, I think are certainly high quality, and they separate themselves amongst this class for some different reasons. The calf that I used to win, I'll be honest, I've never had this happen before. When he first came in for the first half of the class, I think you could make a strong argument this is the soundest calf. And then as he kind of started to turn the corner there, he started limping or just getting a little tender on his back left. I'm going to judge him like they first came in, because I think as you read this one's skeleton, he puts the most good together in terms of his basic build, and hopefully it's just a little light situational something going on here. That one's foot size, his angles, the way he's built underneath in terms of his base width really sets the stage for what comes from there on up. I like his body shape over the calf in second. He's just a little shorter bodied, and I think that helps him keep everything together from a balance standpoint just a bit more how I like them. That one's got a fat steer head on him, and everything just makes sense on that calf from the front to the back. A calf that has just a bit more true width when you study him out of the back side of his shoulder, a bit more punch when you get right in behind the cattle in his center stifle and lower quarter. Very high quality calf to kick us off here in this particular class. The calf that comes in second is no slouch, and I think it makes it tough in this top pair. He's just a bit neater from his shoulders forward to the top side of his crest. He's a bit cuter about his head. A calf that's just a bit fresher and firmer, I guess firmer to the touch. I don't know that I would ever say that one's not fresh, but a bit firmer to the touch. A calf that I think you still say reads right in terms of his angles and his proportions, the way he puts it all together here from the side profile, versus the calf that he used to win. He's just a shot frailer underneath. He's just a bit flatter in his heart and forward. He doesn't open up quite as big right there to the backside of his shoulder, carry his dimension, as I said there, right there in his center stifle is deep into his quarter. So you put a calf that puts a world of good together standing in second. I think both those 2 cattle are awfully, awfully nice. The wild marked Hereford that comes here in third, I think has as much true product as any of them in this particular class. Got a ditch running down his back, and he carries that added just shape and power when you study him out there through his hip. A calf that still can pick his head up high and give you a good look from his shoulders forward. From there, he comes in just a few more pieces. I'd like to tidy him up at the base of his shoulder and down into his chest. I'd like to stouten him up in terms of his foot size and just general feature to match the added power parts that he has from there on out. But a powerful kind of a calf when you study him from up above, and for that I truly appreciate him. A calf that we keep coming down the line. The next 2 are a bit closer for me in terms of just the pieces that they put together, and they're completely different in their type of kind. The dark red calf is one that I think on his best day had a bit more true dimension. I think he's built with just a bit more soundness underneath, and a calf that I like in terms of his body shape. For me, he's just past his end point. He's too soft. He's starting to shelf off over his back, and a calf that just doesn't have those extras in terms of extension or look there from the side profile, but his basics in terms of skeleton, body shape, and true dimension from behind elevates him over the baldy here directly behind him. This calf, when this young man gets them all put together, can give you a good look, and he's doing a great job on the stick, getting his head pulled up out of him. He's better down his top line and out through his hip than the calf directly behind him, and his proportions in terms of his center body, I think certainly is something that I'm drawn to in this particular class. As you send him into motion, he causes just a few more question marks in terms of his skeleton. He's frailer at the surface and splays out. His built just a bit more up and down off of both ends. Over the cattle directly in front of him, he is the flattest in terms of his general dimension. So you put one that can give you a good look on the stand down the line. A calf that comes here next, I worked up in this particular class because there's no major holes. He's big-footed, he's long-bodied, he's high-tying. He's got enough just true width and dimension when you get right in behind the cattle. For me, just needs a bit more shape and expression. A calf that's not quite as confident in terms of his rear skeleton when he gets out and goes, or maybe not quite as attractive in terms of the way he's built. But I think in terms of the basics, that calf does a nice job. Kind of a more yellowy calf coming here next. I like that one's shape and expression from up above, his added stoutness of feature. Just need to change him up in terms of his balance there from the side profile. Got kind of a birthmark calf here that certainly has some added true touch and tone when you get right in on top of him. Like to change him in terms of his rear skeleton and how he uses it. Calf that comes here next, I think you certainly like in terms of just his round, bold body type. When he gets that one put together, he can give you a good look up high. Just need to stouten him up in terms of his feature as he goes to the surface. See him a bit more attractive in terms of his lower skeleton. The Baldy's good cattle. He's got body, he's got dimension from up above, just no extras there from the side profile. So you put a good calf that I guess represents a good kind down the line. Got a loud marked Hereford with some added foot size and extension from his shoulders forward. I like his levelness at top line and his lines from the side. Just need to free him up in terms of his movement. A calf I'd like to power up in terms of his pin width. Lighter yellow calf just needs a bit more look and eye appeal from the side profile. He's got enough dimension from up above. And the dark red steer that closes, one that I like in terms of his fresh, firm touch. Just need to change him up in terms of his front end skeleton. Good class there, awfully high quality top pair.
Your results from Class 16, Red AOB. First in that class is Micaiah Lambert from Midland County 4-H. Second is Jersey Harlan from Wellman Union FFA. Third is Landry Smart from Collin County 4-H. Fourth is Hagan Lane from Lavaca County 4-H. Fifth is Caden Mason from Montgomery County 4-H. Sixth is Heston Turner from College Park FFA. Seventh is Haley Garmer from Fisher County 4-H. Eighth is Ryan Sturt from Scurry County 4-H. Ninth is Brody Newbern from Bullard FFA. 10th is Riley Rickenbaugh from Toller FFA. 11th is Clayton Doyle from Hayes County 4-H. 12th is Kiki Bray from Three Rivers FFA. And 13th is Paige Lenore from Midland County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is your class winners and seconds from the Red AOB division. Coming out of Class 1, first placed in that class was Kelton Carver from Hale County 4-H. Second is Nicole Rowlett from Montgomery FFA. And coming out of Class 16 in the Red AOBs, first was Micaiah Lambert from Midland County 4-H. And second was Jersey Harlan from Wellman Union FFA. If we could, go ahead and put your hands together for all the Red AOB exhibitors out here today. This is your final call for Class 17 AOC. Final call for Class 17 AOC.
Great way to kick off the day here with our red crosses. If you would please, in your ringside, put your hands together for all these exhibitors here in this first breed of the morning. Brought us an awesome set of cattle, and I think as we get them back out here, you see just how good the Reds were this morning. The cattle out of the lightweight class. This one that wins, I think, puts a lot of good things together in terms of presence, in terms of his general proportions from the side profile and his body shape. Relative to his weight, he's got a good amount of just touch and tone and dimension from up above. He's maybe just a shot frailer when we get him back out here, and regardless of weight, just a shot frailer in terms of his foot size, and a calf that maybe doesn't have quite as much just boldness right there in his heart and forehead. But I think a calf that certainly puts a lot of neat things together, and young man doing an awesome job getting that calf put together. The calf that comes out of the heavyweights, and I thought that was an awfully tough class with a depth of quality, a calf that I think you're really tied to in terms of his skeletal build. And I said there a minute ago, he's a little tender in terms of his back left, but when I watch it happen from a situational standpoint, I think you can honestly just throw that out. He's built the best in terms of his angles. I like his base width underneath. I like that one's body shape as good as any of them, one that really opens up with a fresh turn right there to the back side of his shoulder, and he carries that same dimension back out through his hip. From the side, he gives you that good fat steer look. Again, one that I think you can really tie to in terms of his general pieces. The heavyweight reserve, or I guess second place directly behind him, that calf made it tough on me, and I think one that you like there in that class for his added extension up front a calf that's dead level down his top line and out through his hip. And for being longer bodied, which I think makes it tougher to balance up from this high profile, he still puts it all together with a great look in terms of his proportions from his sternum back into his center body and flank. A calf by comparison back to our class winner, not as big-footed or robust in terms of his bone work, not as stout in terms of his center stifle and lower quarter. That's splitting hairs on an awfully good pair. For me, I think those two cattle need to stay together. We're going to use the heavyweights to win your Reds today.
We need Bianca from Hidalgo County at 4-H. Bianca, if you could bring your steer to the staging area at this time. And your champion red AOB steer goes to Mr. Mackay Lambert from Midland County 4-H. Reserve champion AOB is Jersey Harlan from Wellman Union FFA. Congratulations to you folks. Coming into the ring now is Class 17 AOC. 17 AOC is in the ring. Like to remind everybody that in every class of the AOCs, 1st through 4th will sell. This is your first call for Class 18 AOC. First call for Class 18 AOC. If I could get Tucker Wells to come see me at the announcer stand. Tucker Wells to see me at the announcer stand. This is your second call for Class 18 AOC. Second call for Class 18 AOC.
Well, good set of cattle here to kick us off in our first class AOCs, and I think as you look back down this line here that's about to exit, a set of cattle that either maybe didn't have enough just true product or had plenty of product and look, and just had some question marks structurally. The white-legged silver steer is the one that I think is sound, a calf that just needs a bit more true dimension when you get right in behind him or study him from that ever-telling three-quarter shot. Young lady's got a calf here as good as any of them on the handle. When you study him right there out of the backside of his shoulder, he's big and fresh. Just need to see him get out and go with a bit more comfort off of both ends of his skeleton. As you keep studying these cattle and going down the line, there's another one there turning the corner. On the stand, she can get an awfully neat look out of him. He's elite from his shoulders forward in terms of his elevation. A calf that's got a big, fresh back in him. Just need to see him get out and go with more confidence and authority off of both ends. He's a little frail at the surface and just doesn't ever want to take a long, comfortable stride. Good set of cattle leaving, awesome set of kids. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
just a friendly reminder in the barn as we move throughout the day, we'd like to remind you that breed champions and reserve breed champions will be weighed back before we do the pre-judging in this arena. Breed champions and reserve breed champions will need to weigh back before pre-judging.
Awesome class here, and I think certainly an immense amount of quality as you study these top pair, and as we wheel the 3 and 4 and 5 around, I think there's a lot of good in these cattle. And the two that separate themselves, I think, do so for a few more of those extras. The calf that I used to win, I think, is awfully neat. And when you study just all the pieces he puts together, that one's the hardest to make. That one's the most edgy in terms of his type and kind. I think you got to flirt with that line in terms of being just so over the top everywhere and still keeping it in check, and that calf does that. He's high tying, neat looking, the boldest body, the biggest back, the biggest hip, the stoutest featured in his hind leg, and one that actually of the top four still takes as long and comfortable a stride as any of them. He's maybe a little out on his edges up front in terms of his shoulder. I'd like to clean him up in terms of just the feature to his hock ever so slightly. But that one, in terms of his extras and all the pieces that he puts together, I think make him an awfully neat class winner here in this class. The one that comes in second is no slouch by any means, and I think you take him out of it and you'd be saying all those things and raving about this one. He's a little neater in terms of his shoulder. He's a shot more collected in terms of his spine, one that gives you a killer look from his shoulders forward. He too certainly has an attractive hip and hind leg. I'd like to see that one just opened up a bit by comparison to our class winner right there out of the backside of his shoulder. I'd like to see him just a shot stouter when you study him from stifle to stifle, but a calf that certainly can give you a killer look, and I think an awfully nice place to go there in second. 3 and 4 are a bit more alike in their type and kind than they are different. The calf that I use in third, I think when she gets them all pulled together, can give you a neater look from his shoulders forward. He's a shot more collected in terms of his lines. I prefer his proportions from his chest, midrib to flank, and I think because of that, everything comes together just a shot neater. A calf that's big and fresh up high. As you go to the surface, I'd like to stouten him up in terms of his foot size to match all that dimension he has from there on up and set him back an angle to his shoulder and knee just ever so slightly. But a calf that I think certainly can put a lot of good together. Young lady's doing a killer job getting that one shown. Calf that comes in third, I think when he gets it all pulled together, you prefer his stoutness, a feature of the calf directly in front of him. He too is big and fresh up high. All those cattle in the top 4 or 5, I guess you could say, have a big fresh back in them for being lightweights. A calf for me doesn't balance up quite as appropriately. I'd like to either tidy him up in his chest floor or see him fuller back into his flank. A calf that, again, isn't quite as just attractive in terms of his lower skeleton. So you put one that certainly has plenty of dimension standing there in fourth. The calf that comes in fifth has as many just, I guess, power parts as any of them in this particular class. He's as opened up and dimensional in terms of his body shape as any of them, as big and fresh right there to the backside of his shoulders, any of them, and has the stoutest hind leg. With all those power parts comes a few more question marks. I'd like to see him neater in terms of his shoulder construction and how he uses it. Off his rear, too, is where I just think he needs to move down the line. He's too restricted. He's too coarse in terms of his hock, and I'd like to change him up in terms of how he uses his ankle. But from behind or from the top of the cattle, it's hard to deny that calf what he does carry. The black calf, I think, continues to work up because he's got no major holes. Good looking, good in terms of his top line, clean and fresh in terms of his appearance, still reaches adequately off of both ends. Just been out-horsed in this particular class. Like to power him up in his body shape, see a bit more dimension from behind. The gray calf offsets him. He's powerful. He's opened up and dimensional. Just need to see a bit more look and eye appeal. Like to see him get out and go with a bit more attractiveness in his hiding skeleton. The calf that comes here next, I like his just true power. His raw shape, whoever fed this calf has got him touching like a good sheep. He's fresh and firm to the touch. Just need to change him up in terms of his balance. He's pretty front heavy. I like to see him fuller back into his flank and stouten him up in his hind leg. Young man's got a nice light yellow calf here from the side profile. Dead level down his top line, good in his bottom line. Just need to power him up from a 3/4 shot. When you study him right there in his heart and forerib, like to power him up in his stifle. Young lady's got a good kind of calf here in the red one. Easy feeding, one that's got enough dimension. Just like to harden him up a bit in terms of his condition. I'd like to see him just a bit fresher in terms of his general appearance. The calf that closes, fresh and firm to the touch. One for me just needs to be reconstructed in terms of his hip and hind leg in this particular class. Good set of them there, and awfully high quality top pair.
Your results from Class 17 AOC Steers. First in that class is Journey Harris from Lubbock County 4-H. Second is Kinley Allen from Ellis County 4-H. Third is Paige Arnold from Medina FFA. Fourth is Landon Cap from Lavernia FFA. Fifth is Letty Churchwell from Randall County 4-H. Sixth is Emma Adams from Lamar County 4-H. Seventh is Corey from Ballinger FFA. Eighth is Hadley Cole from Rockwall County 4-H. Ninth is Weston Woodley from Tahoka FFA. And 10th is Shelby Woods from Royal FFA. 11th in that class is Michaela Miles from Goldthwaite FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 18 AOC Steers. We would like to make an announcement about lunch. We will be breaking after Class 21 of the AOCs. We will be taking a 30-minute lunch break after Class 21 of the AOC. This is your first call for Class 19 AOC. First call for Class 19 AOC.
I think it keeps coming here in this particular class, and certainly a great deal of quality that we've found here in this particular class. If you see these cattle leaving the ring, I think certainly some that you can tie to for some different reasons. The white calf there, second one in the line, big and fresh up high. Just need to see a bit more body to offset his added frame, see him just a shot more attractive in terms of his lower skeleton. This gray paint, I think, certainly has a lot of good to him in terms of just his body shape, his dimension from up above, a calf that's naturally just thick and powerful from behind. With that, I'd like to see him just a bit neater from his shoulders forward. I'd like to see him get out and go with just a shot more comfort out of his front end. As you continue down the line, I think certainly a yellow calf that outside of his front end is big and fresh up high. Just need to change him in terms of his skeleton. The red steer represents a good kind. He's easy feeding. He's bold bodied. He's fairly sound off of both ends. Just need to see a bit more look and eye appeal from his shoulders forward. Like to harden him up in terms of his touch and tone just ever so slightly. Good set of those cattle. Awesome set of kids. Let's give them a round of applause.
This is your third call for Class 19 AOC. Third call for Class 19 AOC.
I think an interesting class here, and maybe just a touch more difficult, I suppose you'd say, to put together, because there's not one that just sticks out and needs to win. The longer they're out here, the more you go through the basics and then try to add in some extras. The calf that I used to win does so the best in terms of just his skeletal build, his stoutness of feature, his comfort off of both ends of these top 4 or 5 that I thought were in contention. A calf that's bold and fresh in terms of his body type. He's got a truly big back and big loin over him, and then he carries that back out there through his hip. He's a little cresty and a shot more mature from his shoulders forward. He maybe doesn't come quite as full back into his flank as a couple of the cattle directly behind him. But when she gets it all put together here on the stand, I think that one still gives you a neat look. He's his best in motion. Those are the kind of cattle I'm in to continue working at the top of the class. Congratulations to her. Young man here in second has one that I like an awful lot in terms of his body shape, his dimension from up above, his stoutness of feature at the surface, and here on the stand, he can certainly give you a good look. Some presence up through his front 1/3. Again, his feature, I think, pulls it all together. Up front is where I'd like to change him. I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder knee, see him just a bit more conservative in terms of where his toes hit the surface up front. I'd like to strengthen him right there in his center spine just ever so slightly, but an awfully nice, powerful bodied, big dimensional kind of a calf standing there in second. The dark gray steer continue to work up because in terms of just true raw power and fresh, firm touch, he's as good as any of them in this particular class. Young man's doing a killer job getting this one shown, getting as much out of him as possible up through his front end, how he's assembled out through his hip. He needs to be stouter at the surface to really make it all come together. When he does go, he wants to just drop his pins a bit more, drop out of his front end just a shot more. But again, on the stand or when you put your hands on him, that one is impressive. The one that comes here in fourth, I think in terms of just good productive cattle, that one has the body shape that lends himself to that. One that certainly has the right kind of cover to lend him towards more of a choice option, a calf that has more than enough dimension from up above. For me, just needs to be cleaned up and neatened up in terms of his general appearance. He's got a little more lower shoulder, a little more chest, not near as neat from his shoulders forward or long out through his hip, but certainly a powerful bodied, productive kind of a steer. The short horn continues to move on up in this particular class because there's no major holes. He's sound, he's good looking, he's got body, he's got enough dimension to move up any higher in this particular class. I'd just like to pry him apart, see him a shot square right there out of the backside of his shoulder. I'd like to power him up in terms of his center stifle and how he carries that down into his lower quarter, but a good looking sound one there in that calf. The white steer certainly has the offset in terms of just shape and power and a firm just product working down the top side of his skeleton. For me, he needs more just look. There from the side profile, I like to neaten him up to the top side of his crest, see him just a bit thinner up through his front 1/3, pick him up in his pin set, just see everything come together a bit smoother there from the side profile. The gray steer that comes next is big and powerful and square up high, just like to change him up in his balance. He's a bit front heavy versus cutting back up into his flank. He's not near as comfortable or confident in his hip and hind leg. Got a dark gray brockle that I like in terms of just his body, his productive, easy feeding look. Just like to see more look and eye appeal here from the side profile. Like to see him get out and go with more athleticism out of his hind leg. Young man's calf that comes next in terms of just that lean, high cut ability look. I think he's one you could tie to. He's a bit rounder in his design off of both ends. I'd like to see a bit more just look and elegance from his shoulders forward. The calf that comes here next, a bit more of the same, hard and firm up high. Like to see him stouter in his feature as he goes to the surface, see a bit more look and extras there from the side profile. Calf that comes next is one that I like in terms of his fresh, firm touch. A calf that certainly is attractive in terms of his hip and hind leg on the stand. Needs to be changed up front, needs more depth of body. The calf that comes next, stout featured, big up high, just need to change him in terms of his shoulder and knee. Got a little swelling there, starting to hold him up a bit. Good class, certainly an awfully nice class winner. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 18 AOC Steers. First in that class is Tage Schrader from Thrall FFA. Second in that class is Rayleigh Lenore from Midland County 4-H. Third is Samuel Belt from Coryell County 4-H. Fourth is Caper Harris from Colorado FFA. Fifth is Madeline McCullough from Austin County 4-H. Sixth is Mark Shannon from Gonzales County 4-H. Seventh is Abby Jennings from Travis County 4-H. Eighth is Emma Seiler from Bront FFA. Ninth is Kai Israel from Lubbock County 4-H. 10th is Riley Fothergill from Wise County 4-H. 11th is Jake Slaughter from Marion FFA. And 12th is Avery Paletta from New Braunfels FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 19 AOC. This is your last call for Class 19. Those steers are going into the ring. Class 19 is going into the ring. Just a friendly reminder, we will break after Class 21 for lunch. We will be taking a 30-minute lunch break after Class 21 of the AOCs.
Well, it keeps coming here in our AOCs, and as you look down this lineup of cattle that are fixing to leave, I think still some quality pieces. The young man right there at the front of the lineup, high tying, good looking, kind of a calf with some added length of body. Like to see him just a bit fresher and firmer to the touch right there to the backside of his shoulder. Like to change him up in terms of how he uses his hind leg. The calf directly behind him, powerful, dense in terms of his body type. I like his shape from up above. Just like to lengthen him out in terms of his general type and kind. Young man's got a dark gold calf down here that I'm attracted to his hip and hind leg. The way that he uses it, his added feature at the surface, just doesn't have quite enough true product when you study him from up above. A calf that's not quite as neat looking from his shoulders forward. You continue down the lineup, and I think certainly you got a silver baldy down here on the corner that's got body that I think certainly represents a good kind in terms of his function and flexibility. Just a little past his endpoint in terms of his handle. Like to power him up in terms of his shape from behind. Good set of cattle, as I've said over and over the last 2 days. Awesome set of kids. Let's go ahead and give them a big round of applause.
This is your first call for Class 20 AOC. First call for Class 20 AOC.
Awfully nice top pair here. And the yellow calf was actually the first calf in the ring, and he kind of set the stage, and then he's going to be the first one to leave again. I think this one does a lot of things right. Certainly puts together a neat look from the side profile. I like his extension up front, the way he feeds so fresh and bold right there to the backside of his shoulder and carries that added dimension out there through his hip. I really like his body shape. Over the calf in second, he's just a shot bolder to the base of his rib cage, a calf that goes to the ground on an attractive set of feet and legs. Maybe in a perfect world, you could stouten him up in his feature just ever so slightly at the surface, but I think that's getting critical of a calf that puts a lot of neat things together. Awfully good look here from the side, and I think he even elevates that when you get right in behind him. The gray calf that comes here in second is one that continues to work up because of his basic build and design. I like his flexibility. I like his base width underneath. He's got that easy feed and center body dimension, enough turn from up above. He's not as just crisp and shaped up high as our class winner. He's not as wild looking from his shoulders forward as our class winner, but he proportions correctly. I like his basics. I think that's a nice place to go in second. Young man's doing a nice job getting that one shown. The calf that comes here in third continues to work up because I think he does good where a few of these others maybe leave a bit to be desired. He's comfortable in terms of his basic skeleton. I like his easy feeding look. His general proportions and the way this young lady gets him shown, I think is certainly nice. A calf that maybe some minor things trip him up. He's a little long-toed up front, and so because of that, he's not near as athletic in terms of his movement. A calf that could be hardened up ever so slightly in terms of his touch and tone and the way he feeds right there up high to the backside of his shoulder. But his general look, his body shape, and his basic flexibility moves him up in this particular class. The red steer that works up next, again, one in terms of his basics. We had some cattle in here that I thought did that very well. Big-footed, stout-featured, comfortable, good-bodied, enough dimension and power from behind. No extras from the side, which is why he moves down the line. I'd like to see him a bit higher tying, a bit more extended off of both ends to move an awfully nice calf there any higher. The yellow calf, that kind of offsets him. He's a little higher tying, a little more picked up, a little more crisp, and has a little more just edge in terms of his back. A calf that I like in terms of his bold body type. He needs to be changed up front. Like to set him back and angle to his shoulder and knee. Like to change the way his toes hit up front. See him just a shot bolder in his heart and forerib to move up any higher in this particular class. Calf that comes next has some big features. Big-footed, stout bone, big pin, big right out of the backside of his shoulder. With all those pieces, he's just a shot piecey for me. I like to see him hook up neater from his shoulder back into his forerib, see him stronger in his center spine, and just get out and go with more flexibility off of both ends. The dark orange calf is one that I like in terms of just his presence from the side profile. The way he's built in his front two-thirds of his body's nice, and his body shape and look. Need to change his hip and hind leg. He's a bit round. He's a bit short stepping. The white calf is one that I think certainly you're drawn to in terms of his hip and hind leg and dimension. Need to change him in terms of where his chest floor sits in him relative to the remainder of his balance. The gray calf coming next, big featured, stout in terms of his dimension. Like to see that one more comfortable and smoother in his joint work. The silver paint is one that I think he's certainly drawn to in terms of his fresh, firm touch and squareness from behind. Like to change his balance. Like to see him get out and go with just a bit more reach out of his hind leg. The solid silver calf is one that I like in terms of his dense body type. Like to see some added foot size and feature to make that one balance up everywhere else. The black and white paint is one that's awesome on the touch. Just need to see him with a bit more look and eye appeal from the side. The yellow calf that closes big and powerful from behind. Need to see him put it all together with a bit more resemblance of, I guess, just neat pieces or quality there from the side profile. Good class, certainly a nice top pair. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Your results from Class 19 AOC Steers. First in that class is Patrick Zieschang from Thrall FFA. Second in that class is Mason Richer from Samuel Clemens. Third in that class is Addison Carlson from Deaf Smith County 4-H. Fourth is Macy Helmervik from Fisher County 4-H. Fifth is Abigail Smith from Coke County 4-H. Sixth is Landry Lefesti from Milam County 4-H. Seventh is Cadence Thomas from Atascosa County 4-H. Ninth is Kaisley Janicka from Fayette County 4-H. 10th is McKenna Slumchi from Atascosa County 4-H. 11th is Everett Snoddy from Johnson County 4-H. And 12th is Keelan Meter from Randall County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 20 AOC Steers. We would like to remind you we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break after Class 21. A 30-minute lunch break after Class 21. Also, in all of our AOC classes today, 1st through 4th will sell. If you make the sale here today, we need to remind you that if you're not a breed champion or reserve breed champion, those steers need to make their way to the truck as soon as possible. And if you would like to put your steer on the truck and you didn't make the sale, those steers need to be on the truck as soon as possible as well. If you are a breed champion in the Red Cross Division or reserve breed champion in the Red Cross Division, please come see me at the announcer stand. This is your first call for Class 21. First call for Class 21 AOC steers.
Well, the quality continues here in our AOCs, and looking forward to sorting through these cattle here on this side of the ring. I'm starting to sound a bit like a broken record when I talk about these things, but they still have quality. They still have pieces that we all need to strive to continue to make in cattle. They maybe just don't put it all together. As you look down this line, there's a silver steer directly in front of me, good looking, sound off of both ends, enough shape from up above. Just like to stouten him up in his feature, see just a shot more pin width from behind. Young lady right here has a good kind of a calf, got a little extra length of body, a little extra size, enough dimension from up above. Just doesn't have quite that extra look from his shoulders forward. Like to see him a shot more attractive in his hip and hind leg. As we look down here in the corner, one that I think certainly is a good kind of calf. He's sound, he's easy feeding, he's good bodied. He's got enough dimension in comparison to those cattle on that side of the ring. I think he's enough at a disadvantage in terms of body shape, in terms of shape when you step around and behind him to leave him on this side, but certainly appreciate his added flexibility and his added look from his shoulders forward. The calf that closes out this line as they're leaving certainly has some added foot size, some feature when you step around and behind him. Just one that I'd like to see balance up a bit neater. When we study him from the side, like to see him get out and go with just a shot more athleticism. Good set of cattle, awesome set of kids. Let's go ahead and give those kids a big round of applause.
This is your second call for Class 21 AOC. Second call, Class 21 AOC. This is your final call for Class 21 AOC. Final call for Class 21 AOC.
Really nice set of these here in this Class AO series. And from the first minute when this one came in, I was drawn to just his absolute power and his stoutness of feature. He sets the stage in this particular class in terms of his body shape, his dimension from up above, just his general stoutness throughout. And then of this top few, I think that's one that still takes a long and comfortable stride. He still puts it all together with a neat look from the side profile. He's maybe just a shot more mature to the top side of his crest than what I personally like to see, but I think that's a very minor criticism on a calf that puts a lot of good things together. He covers the basics exceptionally well, and then he adds all that extra power parts on top of it. Awesome place to start. The calf in second, I think, certainly puts together a neat look, and he's a bit higher tying, a bit fresher to the top side of his neck, a calf that's clean in terms of his lines when you study him down his top side and then down to the base of his rib cage. When you study him from that three-quarter shot, it's where he needs to go second. He flattens quite a bit more down into the base of his forehead. He just doesn't start quite as wide and powerful to the backside of his shoulder, and it's a bit more of the same when you study him from behind right there in the center stifle and lower quarter. Enough true dimension, but in a close pair, there's enough of a difference there to make one that I think certainly good looking and awfully fresh standing there in second. The one that comes in third is intriguing, and he's got some out there pieces. He's as high tying and wild looking from his shoulders forward as any of them. He's bold and round in terms of his body type. He's powerful out through his hip and has more true shape throughout than the calf that goes in second. His skeleton's a bit of a question mark. He's a bit more forward in the angle to his shoulder and knee and wants to turn out up front. He's assembled just a shot straighter in his hind leg than what I personally like to see to put in the top pair of what I think is a pretty tough class. But I like that one shape. I like his true power, and I like his neat look from his shoulders forward. Got an awfully good kind of calf coming here next, dense and powerful, stout featured throughout. I love his body shape and his overall easy feeding look. A calf that just never wants to cooperate and put it all together there from the side profile. He's legitimately just a bit more jammed up off of both ends, just a shot staler in terms of his general appearance, but I like his basic build. I like his overall dimension. Calf that comes next, again, bold body, dimensional, shapely from up above. He just doesn't have enough true foot size and feature to bring it all together from a balance standpoint. He too needs to be just beefed up a bit right there in his heart and forehead to make it all balance up appropriately. The white calf that comes in next gives you a good look whenever he gets it all pulled together in terms of his lines and presence. He's got a big pin set from behind. He's just a shot planer right there over his back and especially right there over his loin. A calf I'd like to see take a longer, just more athletic stride off his hind two. The calf that comes next gives you his best view from up above or from behind. That one is big and square, fed awesome. His handle and finish is on point. For me, from a balance standpoint, is where I just need to change him. He's front heavy and wants to run back up into his flank. He's just a bit coarser up front as opposed to having that added dimension to the rear third of his skeleton. Calf that comes next, stout, dimensional, bit of a low rider, starting to work to his disadvantage in terms of maturity, but I like his power. One that comes next, high tie and wild looking, hard and shapely. Need to see him more comfortable off of both ends. The gray calf that comes next, a bit more of the same, neat looking, high tying. Certainly has plenty of shape from up above. Need more body to make it all come together. The yellow calf is one that I like in terms of his feature, his added dimension and neat look, shoulders forward. Need to see him more comfortable off of both ends. The yellow calf comes with some added just touch and tone up high. Like to see a bit more body and feature to the surface to make it all come together. Calf that closes good on the stand. He's got a bit of an injury or is just tender-footed in general. Makes him work down the line, but certainly appreciate his added shape and dimension. Good class there, an awfully high-quality top pair.
Your results from Class 20 AOC. First in that class is Logan Hodgson from Travis County 4-H. Second is Charlie Tusa from Falls County 4-H. Third in that class is Cooper Way from Wilson County 4-H. Fourth is Bradley Muth from Floresville FFA. Fifth is Jackson Marler for Parker County 4-H. Sixth is Cade Laney from Fredericksburg FFA. Seventh is Grant Schilling from Slayton FFA. Eighth is Mason Cap from Lavernia FFA. Ninth is Carson Kaufman from Guadalupe County 4-H. 10th is Cheyenne Cashdollar from Belleville FFA. 11th is Avery Arnold from Montgomery FFA. 12th is Hagen Hensley from Floydada FFA. And 13th is Peyton Wooten from Llano County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 21 AOC. Just a friendly reminder in the barn, after this class, which is Class 21, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. Concluding this class in the ring now, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. Just a friendly reminder, if you make the sale here today, those cattle need to be on the truck as soon as possible unless you are a breed champion or reserve breed champion. And if you didn't make the sale and would like to take your cattle to the truck, please do that as soon as possible.
High quality set of them we're about to sort through, and on this side of the ring, as you look back across right there, second from the start, we got a dark yellow one that's certainly hard and fresh and shapely. Just need a bit more body to make it all come together, see a bit more athleticism when you see that one get out and go. Young lady right here directly in front of me doing a killer job getting this calf shown. I like his look and extension from his shoulders forward. He's got enough dimension from behind. Just the way that he's built in terms of his shoulder, I'd like to see him get out and go with a bit more comfort off of both ends. See that base width that he has. see that base width carry just a bit deeper. Young man with the hat here, I think he's got a nice calf that at one point in time was fairly flexible, one that certainly had enough depth of body and true product. A calf that comes with a little swelling here today that's starting to trip him up just a bit. I'd like to power him up in terms of his body shape ever so slightly. Got some shapely cattle here down on the end that I'd like to either change in terms of their balance or in terms of their skeleton. Again, an awesome set of cattle leaving the ring right now. These kids work just as hard as the ones over here. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for them.
As our judge sorts through this class, we'd like to remind you that we will be taking a lunch break. After this class, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break after the conclusion of this class.
Very high quality class here, and I think certainly some interesting trade-offs amongst 2, 3, and 4. Never a question on where to start, except for when this calf was trying to leave the ring on his own. I think this calf puts a lot of good things together. It starts at the surface in this particular class where he separates himself, big-footed, stout constructed, got the most true angle and base width underneath, and still handles it correctly when he gets out and goes. I like his body shape and how he carries his bottom line in this particular class. He's so good down his top, and he's got that added just extension up through his front one-third, and still has some stoutness and feature about his skull. Everything makes sense on that calf. I think he's a very nice place to start here in this particular class. Young lady's doing a great job sticking with it on that one. The yellow calf that comes here next, I think certainly one you're drawn to for his look from his shoulders forward, his shape and expression from up above. He's fresh and firm to the touch. He's good in terms of his bottom line. A calf as you go to the surface, and it shouldn't hold back cattle like this, but when they're a little frailer, it really takes away from their general balance. Over the calf directly in front of him, he doesn't have that added turn to the base of his rib cage. He doesn't carry his stifle or lower quarter shape quite as deep as the calf that wins this class. Some minor differences, a very good one standing there in second. My hat's off to that young lady. The white calf that comes here next, I think, works up in this particular class because he has no major holes. I don't know that he blows you away anywhere, but he's sound, he's got body, he's got enough dimension from up above. To move up any higher in this particular class, you just need to see a few more extras. Up through his front one-third, where his chest floor sits in him, from that three-quarter shot, he wants to plane up quite a bit more in his heart and forward. He doesn't have that added just punch or pop right there in his center stifle when you study him from behind. But I like his basics, and that kind of cattle needs to work up. On the opposite end of it, the calf that comes here in fourth comes with some extras. He's high tying. He's neat looking shoulders forward. He's hard and fresh and firm to the touch. He's big featured underneath. With all that, he comes with a few more question marks. Got 2 blown tires on his back too, and he just comes with extra swelling at his hock, starting to hold him up in terms of his general movement. Aside from that, up front, I'd like to see him neater in his transition from his shoulder back into his heart and forerib. See him hook up just a shot stronger down his top line. He's got some neat pieces. We're going to put those neat pieces in fourth. The calf that comes here next is one that I like in terms of his added dimension from behind, his stifle shape as you study him from behind. He's good in terms of his mid-rib shape. Up high, he wants to get a little weaker. Right in behind his shoulder, I'd like to see just a bit more look and presence from his shoulders forward and set him back in the angle to his shoulder to move him up any higher. The solid yellow calf that comes here next is bold and powerful in terms of his body type. Just need to see a bit more look and freshness from his shoulders forward, a bit more stoutness a feature as he goes to the surface. White calf that comes here next, we pulled him late in class because he's good in terms of his body. He's sound and comfortable on the go. The reason he moves down is he just needs a bit more true stoutness when you get right in behind him. He wants to open up a bit up through his shoulder, and that combination pushes him down the line. The calf that comes here next, big-footed, stout-featured, and powerful. Need to clean everything up in terms of just his general construction, the way he's built up through his shoulder, but I like his stoutness. The calf that comes here next, wild-looking, shoulders forward, a bit round off of both ends. Like to see him have just a bit more shape through his lower quarter. The calf that closes is one that I think you certainly appreciate for his look and extension, shoulders forward. He's long and level down his top line. He gives up just a bit too much mass when you get right in on top side of the cattle, so you put a good-looking one down the line. Good class there, an awfully high-quality top player, an awfully nice class winner.
Your results from Class 21 AOC Steers. First place is Caitlin Skiles from Erath County 4-H, and she did one heck of a job with keeping with that steer. Second in that class is London Bird from Lubbock County 4-H. Third is Weston Lackey from Haskell FFA. Fourth is Aniston Floyd from Denver City FFA. Fifth is Kaysen Robb from Lampasas FFA. Sixth is Doss Vincent from Guadalupe County 4-H. Seventh is Trey Crawford from Midland County 4-H. Eighth is Colin Newberry from Karn City FFA. Ninth is Riley Ocampo from Thrall FFA. 10th is Kinsley Wolf from Lexington FFA. We will now be taking a 30-minute lunch break. We are going to go ahead and get started again with the steer show. This is your first call for Class 22. First call for Class 22 AOC. This is your second call for Class 22. Second call for Class 22.
This is your third call for Class 22. Third call for Class 22. This is your last call for Class 22. Last call for Class 22. Folks, we are kicking off the second half of today as Class 22 comes into the ring. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. If you were a first or second place in the previous AOC classes before lunch, you need to go ahead and make your way back to the scales so we can reweigh you and bring you back in. If you were a first or second in any of the AOC classes before lunch, please make your way to the scales at this time.
Deep water in this particular class, and certainly appreciate all these exhibitors on both sides of the ring. As you look back down this line over here, a dark gray calf that's about to leave the ring, one that I think is good in terms of his body shape, one that's got enough dimension from up above from a real world perspective. Like to just see a bit more shape and turn to his edges to move him to the other side of the ring. A calf that could use maybe just a shot more look. Got a yellow calf directly in front of me here that's close. I like his shape up high. I like his look and extension from his shoulders forward. For his added frame, I'd like to see a bit more turn and just boldness to the base of his rib cage. I'd like to see him just a shot more attractive in terms of how he uses his hind leg. Got a yellow calf on the corner. If you could change his hind leg construction, I think that's one you could certainly tie to. He's bold-bodied. He's dimensional from up above, one that still can give you a neat look up front. Just one that needs to be changed in terms of his hind leg and how he goes to the surface. Like to see him just a bit neater in terms of his ankle set. Good set of cattle as they're leaving the ring. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause.
Again, just a friendly reminder, if you had a first or second AOC before lunch, those steers need to be at the scales at this time. All first and second AOC steers before lunch need to be at the scales at this time. This is your first call for Class 23. First call for Class 23 AOC. This is your second call for Class 23 AOC. Second call for Class 23 AOC. This is your final call for Class 23. Final call for Class 23. Again, this is your last and final call for Class 23. Last and final call for Class 23.
What an awesome class here. I think I pulled about 3/4 of this class to sort on, and I thought that they all deserved a chance to work up here in such a tough class. And then we get down to these final two, and I think there's some awesome differences between them. Both of them, in my opinion, separate themselves just in terms of the extras that they bring to the table, and they do it in different ways. The calf that I used to win, when she gets him parked like this from the side profile, it's hard to put a hole in him whatsoever. He's so neat from his shoulders forward and just collected in terms of his look up in that regard. From their back, he's as bold and round in terms of his body shape and forward as any of them. He's bigger and square right there to the backside of his shoulder and carries that same dimension over his loin and out through his hip over the calf directly behind him. I really like that one in terms of his skeletal correctness here on the stand. In motion, you maybe almost want to pull his tail head up in him just ever so slightly. Such a minor criticism on a calf, I think puts a lot of neat things together. The calf that comes in second, in my opinion, has just a bit more angle built into his lower skeleton. I wouldn't call out my class winner for him being straight or up and down or any of those kind of remarks, but I do think my calf in second has just a bit more angle built into his shoulder and knee. He's got a shot more set built into his hock and pastern, and that allows him to really get out and go. And in this particular class, that's what separates him. That's what makes him elite in this particular class. He goes, he's got looseness of spine. He's good in terms of his lower body shape and just that easy feeding look. His neck comes high to the top side of his shoulder. He's got just a bit more tailhead sitting up in him, and it makes him look dead level out through his hip. Why he goes second is from that ever-telling 3/4 shot. He's a bit flatter in his heart and forward. He doesn't open quite as big right there to the backside of his shoulder. And from behind, he doesn't have that same punch right there in his center stifle and lower quarter from just an expression standpoint. Not that I'm calling him out from an individual standpoint, but by comparison to what I think is an absolute standout for a class winner, that's where he needs to go second. Awfully high-quality calf standing there in two. The one that comes in third, just from a true meat animal shape standpoint, I think is awfully nice. He's lean and fresh and firm to the touch. He's round and bold in terms of his body shape. He's got some added just expression when you get right behind the cattle. She gets a really neat look put together here from the side profile. Set into motion, he's built just a bit more up and down off of both ends. I'd like to see him just reach with a bit more athleticism, most specifically out of his front end. But again, when stopped and set up, that one gives you an awfully neat look. The calf that comes here next from his shoulders back is one that I like an awful lot. He's so bold and just powerful in terms of his body type. He's big and square in terms of his pin set, and he goes to the ground with the right kind of just comfort and attractiveness in his hip and hind leg. Up front is where he moves down the line. I'd like to tidy him up to the base of his shoulder, see him picked up in terms of his chest floor, and just a shot more youthful in terms of his crest. But again, shoulders back. That calf does a lot of things right. The white calf that comes here next fixes him in that regard. He's neater shouldered, he's higher tying, he's a shot more youthful from his shoulders forward. I think that one certainly is one that you like in terms of his attractiveness, his skeleton off of both ends. From, again, that 3/4 shot, he's flatter in his body shape. He doesn't open up with as much just true spread up high, and so you put a calf that's sound and good looking down the line of shot. The kind of semi-marked one that comes here next is one that I like in terms of his handle. He's good right there as he starts out of the backside of his shoulder and back over his loin. He's good to the touch over his 12th and 13th. A calf that, to me, as you analyze him to the ground, is just a shot more frail and it throws off his balance. A calf that's so long it's hard to keep it all together here from the side profile. But in terms of just that meat animal handle, I think that one does a lot of things right. The gray calf that comes here next, expressive and lean and firm. A calf that I'd like to see have just a bit more of an easy feeding look to the base of his skeleton. I'd like to rock him back in the angle to his shoulder and knee ever so slightly. The yellow calf that comes here next, bold and powerful in terms of his body type. I like that one's view when you get right behind the cattle. To me, off of both ends, he needs to be set back in his angles and just more comfortable. The yellow calf that comes here next is powerful. I like how busted open he is in terms of his body shape and pin width. Just like to see him have a bit more youthfulness, a bit more look and assembly of quality here from the side profile. The silver paint that comes here next is powerful. No doubt when you study him from behind, as you go to the surface on that particular calf, I'd like to see just a bit more athleticism, a bit more stoutness of feature in terms of his foot size to make it all come together. Got a good pair of young men showing a nice calf here next. That one is busted open and squared right there out of the backside of his shoulder. Just need to see a bit more look there from the side profile. The one that comes next is the good looking one of these kind of remaining cattle. Just need to see more comfort at the surface. The yellow paint is one that I think you like in terms of his pin width, his dimension from up above. Just need to see a little bit more look and eye appeal The gray calf is one that just needs lengthened out off of both ends and see him just a bit more comfortable at the surface. Got a silver baldy that comes here next, a bit more of the same. I'd like to see more just comfort and stoutness of feature as he goes to the surface to offset his dimension from there on up. A calf that's busted open and bold in terms of his center body. Just need to change him up in the way he balances here from the side profile. Awesome class there, guys. An awfully high quality top pair. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Your results from Class 22 in the AOCs. First in that class is Miss Grace Potter from Harris County 4-H. Second in that class is Elizabeth Norwood from Ellis County 4-H. Third is Addie Potts from Burke Burnett FFA. Fourth is Brody Black from Oldman County 4-H. Fifth is Stetson Digby from Scurry County 4-H. Sixth is Tyler McAllister from Leon County 4-H. Seventh is Brooklyn Buckingham from Fort Elliott FFA. Eighth is Bailey Page from Wellington FFA. Ninth is Trail Schrader from Thrall FFA. 10th is Carly Schneider from Marion FFA. 11th is Charles Belt from Coryell County 4-H. 12th is Caroline Munson from Shallowater FFA. 13th is Braden Forts from Marion FFA. 14th is Riley Meeks from Alvord FFA. 15th is Sydney Castica from Santo FFA. And 16th is Jaden Hedges from Whitesboro FFA. Coming into the ring now is Class 23 AOC.
Got a good set of getting into our heavier weight cattle here, and I certainly think we got a great deal of quality here on this side of the ring. And as I've said over and over for the last couple of days, I think we still have a good deal of quality on this side. As they leave the ring, I think you see some cattle that certainly have some shape, like the great calf here. Just like to see him go with a touch more comfort off of both ends. Calf down here, yellow and white paint that I like in terms of his stoutness of feature, his extension from his shoulders forward. He's one that's just a bit coarser in terms of his general design up through his shoulder. I'd like to see him hook up just a bit stronger right there in the center of his back, but he's big-footed. He's got some added dimension from behind. The other yellow one and white paint there in the corner, dense and bold in terms of his body type. Just like to see that one go with a touch more comfort off of both ends. Like to lengthen him out in terms of just his general design. The calf that closes here in this particular line, long-bodied, good-looking from the side profile. Just like to power him up in terms of his feature at the surface. See him just a bit bigger and square in terms of his pin set. Good set of kids here. Certainly a nice set of cattle. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
This is your first call for Class 24. First call for Class 24. Second call, Class 24. Second call, Class 24.
This top trio, I think, is awfully nice, and there's some good trade-offs back and forth between these two cattle up top, and I think they make it close on a guy. The one that I used to win, I think he does so from that three-quarter shot that I keep talking over and over again. It's such a telling shot in market livestock to see their base width, to see the way they're built in their full rib shape, and then back into their body and how they feed out of the backside of their shoulder. That's where I think this one that wins beats the one in second. He's quite a bit bolder and fuller in his full rib, and now he starts up high. He's bolder to the base of his rib cage, a calf that's still big in his pin set, one that's awfully attractive in his hip and hind leg. Over the calf directly behind him, he's just a bit neater and more youthful from his shoulders forward. Everything comes together with just a shot more balance here from the side profile, whether that's his chest floor or where he comes back into his sternum. I think it all just ties together just a shot neater. In a perfect world, I would like to see him set just a shot further back in the angle to his shoulder and knee, but I think he still reaches good out of his front end, so that kind of becomes a bit null and void. An awfully nice calf to win this particular class. The dark gray steer that comes next, and this young man's doing an awesome job sticking him, getting every bit out of him. He gets his head pulled up out of him. He gets his top line right. He's one that certainly he can get his belly pulled back in him. A calf that still goes to the ground, an attractive hip and hind leg. And I actually prefer on the stand the way that he's built up through his front end over the calf that I used to win. The surprising thing is when you send him into motion, he's the one that's a bit more rigid in terms of his movement out of his hip and hind leg. Again, from that three-quarter shot, he plays out a bit more in his full rib shape. I'd like to just see him open up a bit bigger right there to the backside of his shoulder to match his dimension he has when you step right in behind him, because that one is certainly big pinned. Still, I guess I'm getting critical on one that I like an awful lot. Good calf standing there in second. The one in third is impressive to me in terms of just his dense body type and his overwhelming dimension from behind. And if that's what you want to tie to in this class, this is your calf. He's big, he's wide up high, he's big in his pin set, he carries dimension deep and powerful through his lower quarter and stifle, and his body shape is the best in this particular class. Where he gets tripped up for me, he's a bit more jammed up off of both ends. I'd like to see him stouter at the ground and his feature to match his dimension from there on up. And of those top three, he's the one that's just a bit more rigid off of both ends of his skeleton. So you put an ultra powerful kind of a calf standing there in third. Young lady doing a killer job getting that one shown. The black and white paint coming next. I think if you could take away his swelling right there at his hock, that's one that could really give him a run for their money. One that is just a bit more rigid in terms of his movement off his rear too. But outside of that, he's still got good angle built into his joints. He's still got a good look from his shoulders forward. He's still bold to the base of his rib cage and got a big pin set. He's just a shot staler in terms of his handle right there to the backside of his shoulder, and that's what made the decision to go down the line just a touch. Because again, even though he's got a little bit of swelling, his angles read right. I like that one's general look here from the side profile. The yellow calf that comes here next is one that's bold to the base of his rib cage. He puts together a good look here from the side profile in terms of his general proportions. In comparison to the cattle above him, a calf that wants to play out quite a bit more when you step around and behind him. He's flatter in his forerib. He's not near as elite in terms of his look from his shoulders forward. But again, he's an easy feeding kind. I think he's got plenty of flexibility built into his lower joints. Got a silver calf coming here next with a stout, powerful hip and hind leg. He's got plenty of dimension from up above. Just like to lengthen him out in terms of his general design. See him picked up and just a shot more youthful from his shoulders forward. The calf that comes here next, a white steer that's as long as you'd want to see one here in the show steer game. A calf that makes it a bit harder for him to really put it all together. He's still stout from behind. He still goes to the ground on a powerful hind leg. Again, just his balance here from the side. I'd like to freshen him up from his shoulders forward, whether that be up in his crest or down in his chest floor, or see just a bit more true body shape when you study him down low. But again, big from behind, big up high, comes with some added length of body. The calf that comes next is as dense as any of them in terms of his center body dimension and power from behind. Just like to see him more flexible off of both ends. The calf that comes next, lean and fresh, firm to the touch when you get your hands on him. For me, he just needs to be balanced a bit differently. He's front heavy relative to cutting back up to his flank, not near as athletic in terms of his hind leg. The yellow steer that comes next, long body, dead level down his top line. A calf that's got some surprising dimension from up above. For me, he just needs to get out and go more comfortably off of both ends. And the dark gray steer, one that's obviously nursing a bit of an injury. I think on his best day, that's one that you would have appreciated for his added power, his added dimension. He's still got some look from the side. His structure's just holding him up here today. Good class there. Certainly an awfully nice top trio.
Your results from Class 23. First in that class is Aniston Patchkey from Idalou FFA. Second is William Wall, also from Idalou FFA. Third is Dakota Martin from Mason County 4-H. Fourth is Ashton Floyd from Denver City FFA. Fifth is Styles Patton from Milam County 4-H. Sixth is Kennedy Hobbs from Milam County 4-H. Seventh is Kinsey Hobbs, also from Milam County 4-H. Eighth is Brogan Patchkey from Idalou FFA. Ninth is Tyson Digby from Scurry County 4-H. 10th is Kennedy Altman from Lubbock County 4-H. And 11th is Siler Morehart from Stevens County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is Class 24 AOC. As our last class of the day comes into the ring, we would like to remind you, if you made the sale here today, those cattle need to go on the truck as soon as possible, unless you are a breed champion or reserve breed champion. If you didn't make the sale and you would like your steer to go on the truck, please make your way to load out as soon as possible.
Last class of the day here, guys, and I think we've kept strong on quality the whole way through. As you look back down this lineup, we got a silver white-legged steer here that's stout and powerful, a bit past his end point in terms of just his maturity and his handle. And I'd like to see that one just a shot cleaner in terms of his joint work, but he's busted open and powerful, and he still has a quality look there from the side profile. As we keep working down this lineup, got a white calf here that I think you certainly like from just a side profile, one that can give you a good look. He's just a shot plainer in terms of his body shape. I'd like to open him up in terms of his dimension from behind. Calf down there on the corner, yellow steer, dense, powerful, one that's opened up when you get right in on the top side of the cattle. Like to see that one leaner in terms of just his general makeup. A calf that I'd like to see neatened up in terms of his look from his shoulders forward. Guys, we've sent a lot of cattle out the last few days. Certainly have been a lot of time and resources for these young people. They put their hearts and souls into it. Let's go ahead one more time. Put your hands together for all these kids.
As our judge sorts through this class, like to make an announcement. I have a phone and a wallet up here. So if you've lost a phone and a wallet, please come see me for a small charge.
I think you can really tell a lot about a show by what the last class of the day looks like, and to have this kind of quality to finish this out, I think is certainly impressive. This Perry cattle is awfully nice, and certainly they're pushing the upper edge in terms of just weight, but certainly they still have a great deal of quality, and they don't really look like big, heavy old ones. The calf that I used to win of the top two that I think are the most in contention is the sounder of the two. He's the bigger backed of the two. He's the bigger pinned of the two. I like that one's fresh, bold body type. One that's maybe not quite as just neat from his shoulders forward as the calf directly behind him. He's probably not quite as collected in his underline from his midrib back to his flank as the calf standing directly behind him. But I prefer his skeleton. I prefer his immense dimension from up above. And he's just a touch firmer whenever I get my hands on him. I think, again, a very nice place to start here in this last class. Young lady doing a killer job getting that one shown. Again, we got a great showman here, and the young man's doing a nice job getting him put together. I like his lines in proportion, as good as any of them here in this particular class. His added youthfulness from his shoulders forward here in this heavy class, the way he's built from his chest back into his midrib and flank, his collected lines down his top line and out through his hip. He goes to the ground, an attractive set of feet and legs, set in motion. He's just a bit more restricted off of both ends. I'd like to loosen him up and see him just a bit squarer in terms of where his toes hit up front. Up high, he's not quite as busted open out of the backside of his shoulder when compared to such a powerful class winner. Some minor criticisms on a calf that does a lot of things right. 3 and 4, do things very differently. They're both still very high quality. I like the more youthful look here in the calf that I use in third. He's higher tying, comes with a bit more extension from his shoulders forward. He's bolder in his body shape. He's one that has just a bit more turn and shape when you get right in behind the cattle, up there through his upper pin set and how he carries that down low. He's comfortable in terms of his angles off of both ends. Honestly, in comparison to the cattle ahead of him, he's just a bit frailer everywhere, and it kind of throws off his balance when you're trying to make him work up into that top hair. So you put one that's shapely and bold-bodied and good-looking standing there in third. The calf in fourth, I think certainly this young lady can get it put together, and he can give you an awfully neat look. He's deep-bodied. He's stouter featured than the calf directly ahead of him. He's high-tying. It comes with just some presence up through his front one-third. When you really start breaking down his pieces, though, he's a bit thicker through his neck. He's a calf that's flatter in terms of his body shape, and he just doesn't open up quite as much true spread right there to the backside of his shoulder. It's a bit more of the same. When you step right in behind him, he doesn't have that same expression or just dimension through his center stifle and down into his lower quarter. Still a nice calf. I think that young lady that gets the most out of him, he can give you a good look there on the side. Got a calf coming here next that when you get your hands on him, I think is certainly one you're drawn to. He's fresh and firm to the touch. He's awesome over his 12th and 13th and how he's laying down that fat cover. One that can really give you an impressive view from up above as you study him back out there through his hip. I'd like to set him back and angle to his shoulder and knee, see him balance up just a bit neater from his chest floor back into his flank. Still a powerful kind of a calf that I think you got to respect. The dark gray steer is certainly one that you like in terms of just his dimension, his powerful look, and it's really right there through his body. And then how he's built right there to the backside of his shoulder. With all that power, he comes in just a few more pieces. Like to tidy him up in his shoulder, see him use his hind leg with just a bit more athleticism. The calf that comes here next, I think you like in terms of just his fresh, lean shape, but he doesn't have quite as much spread from up above. A calf that I'd like to power up in his forerib. Steer that comes here next, I think probably resembles the one directly ahead of him in terms of being fresh and lean, just not enough true body shape, not enough true width when you study him right there to the backside of his shoulder. He too doesn't balance up quite as appropriately. The heaviest of heavy here in this particular class, still one that you like in terms of just his foot size, his feature, one that certainly is bold and powerful everywhere. Maturity's getting the better of him. I'd like to see him more youthful shoulders forward. I'd like to see that calf have a bit more drop back into his flank. Calf that comes here next, I like in terms of his powerful body type. He's comfortable in his hip and hind leg, just getting too coarse and cresty from his shoulders forward. Got a steer here next, one that certainly has no trouble laying down some fat cover. I like that easy feeding look in him. With that, it's working to his disadvantage. He's getting a little mature. He's getting just a little fat and plain everywhere. The calf that closes offsets him. He's lean and fresh. He's got some added length and extension. Just like to see that calf come with some added dimension to the base of his rib cage. Like to see him more comfortable off of both ends. Good class there. Certainly a great way to finish out the day.
Your results from Class 24 AOC. First in that class is Ryland Cox from Hayes County 4-H. Second is Zane Potter from Harris County 4-H. Third is Tyler Chase from Hockley County 4-H. Fourth is Georgia Tusa from Falls County 4-H. Fifth is Jayton Myers from O'Donnell FFA. Sixth is Connor Harborth from Marion FFA. Seventh is Andrew Keenan Kutzenberger from Brazos County 4-H. Eighth is Billy Perry from San Saba County 4-H. Ninth is Haley Ronsenhan from Wimberley FFA. 10th is Swayze Harlan from Wellman Union FFA. 11th is Emma Tolliver from Ballinger FFA. And 12th is Roxton Stone from Martin County 4-H. Coming into the ring now is your class champions and second places from the AOC division. Coming out of Class 17, first in that class was Journey Harris from Lubbock County 4-H. Second in that class was Kinley Allen from Ellis County 4-H. Coming out of Class 18 was Tage Schrader from Thrall FFA. And second was Mark Shannon from Gonzales County 4-H. Coming out of Class 19, first in that class was Patrick Zegan from Thrall FFA. Second was Mason Richer from Samuel Clements. Coming out of Class 20, first in that class was Logan Hodgson from Travis County 4-H. And second was Charlie Tusa from Falls County 4-H. Coming out of Class 21, first in that class was Caitlin Skiles from Erath County 4-H. And second was London Bird from Lubbock County 4-H. Coming out of Class 22, first in that class was Grace Potter from Harris County 4-H. Second in that class was Elizabeth Norwood from Ellis County 4-H. Coming out of Class 23, first in that class was Aniston Patchke from Idalou FFA, and second was William Wall, also from Idalou FFA. Out of Class 24, first in that class was Ryland Cox from Hayes County 4-H, and second out of Class 24 was Zane Potter from Harris County 4-H. If you could, go ahead and put your hands together for all the AOC exhibitors out here today. As Nick takes his final look, we would like to remind you that all sale steers that are not breed champion or reserve breed champion need to go to the loadout as soon as possible. And if you didn't make the sale and you would still like to put your steer on the truck, those steers need to go to the loadout as soon as possible.
Well, if you would please, and you're standing ringside, put your hands together for all these exhibitors here in our AOCs. What an awesome set of cattle from start to finish, and today's been real good the whole day. I thought those Reds kicked us off in the right way, and we had a couple nice champions, and then jumped right in to some heat here in these first couple classes of AOCs, and we kept it going all day long. There's cattle, I think, regardless of your type and kind out here, that certainly do some things right, and certainly for a guy like me who likes to build them right from the ground up and have the right kind of dimension and then add some extras after that and make them hard to make. There's cattle out here that fit me very, very well. And certainly for a guy sorting through a livestock show, it's fun when they're there, when you get to find the ones that you truly like and truly tie to. And I thought we had that. There's a couple out here that I think need to be just talked one more time. And I'm going to go show you talk through the ones that I think are in contention, or the ones that have elite quality. And honestly, it started right here in Class 1. And a calf that's so stout-featured, so good-bodied, so dimensional from up above. I know he comes out of the lightest weight class, and from a weight standpoint, he might not be in contention. But from a quality standpoint, that one is awfully neat. High tying for being maybe just a touch stouter or coarser in terms of his joint work. He still reaches good off of both ends. That's an awfully high quality class, and I'm excited we had him there in Class 1. This yellow steer that comes out of Class 3, I think is impressive in terms of his fresh, firm handle, his shape from up above, the way that he's built in his hip and hind leg here on the stand. He gives you that high quality fat steer look. I'd maybe like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder knee ever so slightly and stouten him up in terms of his foot size to make him into a real player. But regardless, that one certainly has a great deal of quality, and I appreciate that one out here in this lineup of immense quality. The calf that comes here next, maybe he's not the wildest looking from his shoulders forward, but his basics are incredible. His foot size, his feature, his comfort, his body shape and dimension from behind. Maybe like to see him just a bit neater, a bit more youthful from his shoulders forward, but I really like that one, just basics, his function, the way he's built at the surface is something I'm drawn to. This red and white calf, I think, is one that a guy can get pretty revved up on. He's functional. He's sound in terms of his feet and legs. He's got some added foot size and feature over some of the cattle that come out of those lighter weight classes. One that's so powerful and dense in terms of his body type. I like that one's basic presence here from the side profile. He's fighting it just a little bit, and because of that, maybe he looks just a touch rounder off of both ends of his skeleton. I don't know if he's legitimately that way, because when he was just going earlier, I think he really showed himself off a touch neater. I think he's just a shot longer, more picked up in his pin set than what he's showing himself off here as he gets back out, because that one's built right, he's bold, he's powerful, he can certainly give you a good look. The yellow calf that comes out of this next class, I think certainly takes it up a step in terms of just his presence, the way he's put together here from the side profile in terms of that added look from his shoulders forward, the way he's built right there out of the backside of his shoulder, the way that he comes out of his sternum and feeds into his center body so fresh and bold back into his flank. He gets out and goes comfortably off of both ends. Such a minor criticism that I said earlier, you'd maybe like to pick his tail head up in him just ever so slightly whenever he goes, when she gets him set up right here and pulls his back into him. It's hard to pitch a major hole in that particular calf. I think he takes so many things to that extra level. He's fun to look at out here. The calf that comes out of this next class, he's bold and powerful. He's comfortable in his hip and hind leg. I like that one's just added dimension. Coming out of that next kind of heavier class, I think he still wears it well. He's fresh in terms of his general type and kind. He's got some added presence from his shoulders forward. As I said there earlier, I'd like to set him back in the angle to his shoulder knee just a touch. I'd like to see him hit just a bit truer in terms of his toes up front. But again, some minor criticisms because that calf still reaches and is athletic in terms of his front end movement. So I think he called that, as I said there earlier, a bit null and void. A good calf that's powerful, and I like the way he's built here from the side profile. Guys, one more time, put your hands together for all our AOC exhibitors. I'm going to get you a champion reserve.
And your champion AOC steer goes to Miss Grace Potter from Harris County 4-H.
We pull that second back out here, and as she gets him all pulled together here, I think it's hard to draw one up much better than that. His feet and legs within that pair is something, even though I think that one certainly is built awesome. He takes it even a step further. He's elite in terms of his skeleton. I love his presence and proportions here from the side profile to be that just dimensional throughout and still take his neck high to the top side of his shoulder with that kind of arrogance. He's built just a touch neater in terms of his upper hip and into his tailhead, dead level and square in that regard. As I said there earlier, and I thought that pair was so close, he maybe wasn't quite as busted open in his full rib shape. By comparison, he's maybe not quite as wide right there out of the backside of his shoulder, but from an individual standpoint, that one's still busted open. He's powerful. He's big and in his pin set. He takes his shape down low. I really do like his skeleton and his overall look here from the side profile. That one's going to be reserved here today.
And your reserve breed champion goes to Miss Elizabeth Norwood from Ellis County 4-H. Just a quick announcement in the barn. The loadout will only be open 30 minutes after we conclude here. Loadout will only be open 30 minutes after we conclude the show. to play sports, and she loves to show steers. Let's go ahead and congratulate Miss London Graham as she comes in the ring. What better way to welcome her than her brother right behind her as reserve breed champion Shorthorn, Mr. Lincoln Graham. Lincoln Graham comes from O'Donnell, Texas as well, a part of the Lynn County 4-H Club. His future plans are attend West Texas A&M University and major in business and return home to help his family run the farm and ranch and raise awesome cattle at the end of the day. His favorite hobby is playing baseball and helping on the farm and ranch, and also he loves to show steers. Let's go ahead and welcome Mr. Lincoln Graham. Our reserve breed champion Brahman is Miss Kylie Brown from Llano, Texas. She is a part of the Llano 4-H Club, where she is an active senior this year, so she will be graduating. Her future plans are to attend West Texas A&M and study pre-vet medicine, and plans to have a career as an embryologist. Her favorite hobbies are showing lambs and cattle, playing softball, judging meets, and team roping. Let's go and congratulate Miss Kylie Brown. Our reserve breed champion ABC is Miss Taylor Jeffrey from McCauley, Texas. She's a part of the Fisher County 4-H Club. Our future plans are to go to college at Tarleton State University, receive a business degree, and then return to her grandparents' ranch and raise lots of show calves. Her favorite hobbies are spending quality time with her best friends and family, showing heifers, steers, and running track. Your reserve breed champion AOB from Black is Miss True Schrader. She is a senior this year. Her hometown is Taylor, Texas. She is a part of the Thrall FFA Club. She plans to attend Texas A&M, major in agribusiness, and own a coffee shop and bakery business someday. Her favorite hobbies are running, hiking, baking, and being the boss of her own small business called Too Good to Be True, and spending time with her family and friends. What a young lady that can juggle a lot. Let's go ahead and congratulate her. Your reserve breed champion AOB Red Steer is Miss Jersey Harlan. She comes from Wellman, Texas. She is a part of the Wellman Union FFA Club. Her future plans are to continue showing steers throughout high school and attend Texas A&M University. Her favorite hobbies are showing steers and playing volleyball. Let's go ahead and congratulate Miss Harlan. Your reserve breed champion AOC is Miss Elizabeth Norwood. She comes from Midlothian, Texas. She is a part of the Ellis County 4-H Club. Her future plans are to attend Colorado School of Mines. Her favorite hobby is cross country, hunting, wakeboarding, showing livestock, and that includes steers and heifers. Let's go ahead and congratulate Miss Norwood for being here tonight. We're going to now bring in the breed champions. Our breed champion British steer is Miss Callie Fisher from Bernie, Texas. She is a part of the Kendall County 4-H Club. Her future plans are to attend college and be a large animal vet. And let me tell you, we need more young kids like you, young lady. Her favorite hobby is showing cattle, basketball, and going to the beach. Let's go and congratulate Miss Fisher for champion British steer. Our breed champion Shorthorn, the coolest man in the ring tonight, Mr. Ace James. He comes from the Prosper FFA Club. His future plans are to be just like Mr. Nick Fitzsimmons and Judge Big Show someday. He also wants to raise cattle just like his dad. His favorite hobby is cattle showing, and he also plays football and soccer. Let's go ahead and congratulate Mr. Ace for being here. Your breed champion Brahman is Mr. Steele Kinney. He comes from Llano, Texas, where he is a part of the Llano County 4-H Club, and he is also a senior this year. After this, he plans to attend Blinn College on a livestock judging scholarship. His favorite hobbies are showing steers and livestock judging. What a bright future that young man has. Let's go and congratulate Steele for being here. Coming in now is your breed champion, ABC, Miss Blakely Benson. She comes from San Angelo, Texas. She is a part of the Tom Green County 4-H. Her future plans are to attend Texas Tech University. Her favorite hobbies are volleyball, stock showing, and bullying her big brother. She likes to pick on her big brother. Let's go and congratulate Miss Blakely for being here. Your breed champion black AOB steer is Mr. Tucker Wells from New Berlin, Texas. He's a part of the Guadalupe County 4-H group. He says future plans are to continue to show high-quality livestock, support his sister as she begins her show career next year, and beyond that, he plans to attend the best university in the land, Texas A&M, and after graduating, he would like to give back to the wonderful ag community. What a great thing to do, young man. His favorite hobbies are fishing, hunting, playing basketball, raising and showing cattle, livestock judging, getting pedicures, and spending time with his family and friends. Let's go ahead and give him a big round of applause. Next is Mr. Mackay Lambert. He is a senior this year, all the way from Midland, Texas, where he is a part of the Midland County 4-H group. He plans to attend Redlands Community College to judge livestock and then attend Texas Tech University to become an embryologist. He says, I love playing football and showing steers, so let's go ahead and congratulate Mr. Mackay on his champion red AOB. Your breed champion AOC steer is Miss Grace Potter from Porter, Texas, where she is a part of the Harris County 4-H group. Her future plans are to attend college and become a marine biologist. Her favorite hobby is showing, tennis, acting, and cooking. What a bright future that young lady has. Let's go ahead and give her one big round of applause. With that being said, we've had a great group of kiddos, and I tell you, it's been more fun, and on behalf of Rodeo Austin, we thank you for being here. We hope to see you back again next year, and we will turn it over to Mr. Nick as he sorts through these cattle. But one more time, if we could put our hands together for all the exhibitors that have exhibited cattle over the last few days. As our judge handles these cattle and looks through them, we'd like to recognize the interns from Texas Tech University. They did one heck of a job, so let's go ahead and put our hands together for them.
Well, what an exciting evening here for these kids, and I got to say a few quick thank yous as we get back out here, and first and foremost to Rodeo Austin, to everybody, Lauren, who puts on this show, and all the staff that helps with it, all the volunteers that put this thing on. It's ran absolutely smooth from start to finish the last 2 days. I think it's been awesome to see these cattle work through the ring. We've had great cattle, but we worked them through the ring with great success. Very few cattle got away. Everything stayed calm and collected from start to finish. And so for everybody who helps put on this show, please put your hands together. I think they did an incredible job. The other thank you that I always have to say is to my crew back home that helps me get up and down the road so that I can come judge these shows. I enjoy this opportunity to work through some awesome livestock and work with some great kids, but that's not possible for me without my crew back home. And right now I got my parents watching my kids, and I got some people helping with our livestock operation currently. And honestly, that's typically my wife who's doing that, running our operation and running around chasing 2 wild kids. And so she's here with me the last 2 days, and that doesn't happen very often. So I appreciate her, and I always got to say a big thank you to her and everybody who helps allow me the opportunity to get out and judge these shows. Other things that I want to say here tonight is for the people who've been affected here in the last week or so, whether that be by the fires or last night from the tornadoes, my thoughts and prayers to those people. Regardless of how much you'd like to say you're prepared for something like that, you're never prepared for your life to be turned upside down. So if you would please, in a quiet moment, please think about those people, give them your prayers, and let's help support them in any way possible. That's not exactly something you look forward to, or again, not anything you can really prepare for. So my thoughts and prayers go to those people. I've been thinking here the last day or so what to say in this moment, and I'm no philosopher by any means. I'm not exactly an eloquent speaker in this particular moment, but I've noticed here in the last year, 18 months, it's real easy to dwell on the negative, and I think that's what we kind of get thrown at us. That's what we hear consistently, and in that time frame or in that moment, whenever we're hearing negative, I think it's best to be thinking about the positive. And tonight, I think the greatest positive that we have is these kids out here, the ones that have already packed up and started heading home. To me, they are the greatest positive that we have, and it's the opportunities that these kids have to work through adversity with the greatest support system, in my opinion, and the greatest activities surrounding them to work through that adversity. It's also the opportunities to go out and make great memories with your friends, with your family as you're running up and down the road and going to these stock shows. And it's also the opportunity that we as parents or as supporters here of the livestock or agricultural industry in general have to help form these kids in the greatest leaders that I think our country has moving forward. I think these are the greatest leaders that we have as we move forward. And in my opinion, in the agricultural industry, these kids are the greatest product that we grow. And so for that, that's what I want to dwell on as far as a positive here tonight. The cattle have been awesome, but I think our greatest positive that we have to focus on is these kids, the youth that we have moving forward in the future of our industry. And so for all these kids, and again, the ones that headed back home, we had a lot of them that worked through the ring here in the last 2 days. Let's give all of them a big round of applause. I'm not going to go back and talk each and every one of these. I want to say again, just one quick thank you to everybody who had me out here. I've had a blast here the last 2 days. We're just doing a prejudging here right now. We're going to pick our champion over in the rodeo. If you'd like to join us over there, we'd love to have you. I'm not going to say anything else here tonight, but I will say thank you and God bless. Everybody travel safe as you get back home. And again, I appreciate the opportunity to come out here to Rodeo Austin and sort through your steer show.
So we've got about an hour before we will head over to the rodeo arena. We're going to go ahead and leave these cattle in the show ring at this time. And we'll just tie them up to the panels there in the back before we go over to the rodeo arena. But all steers, go ahead and just stay put here in the arena, or just make your way there to the back and tie them off. And for folks that got kids showing or want to watch kids showing, there will be one handler with the kid and the steer. Those folks need to be a FFA, 4-H, or a parent, and then you will have 2 tickets per kid as well.